Hey everybody, fixing the cameras real quick.
Actually, they're not. Oh, only the last one is.
They're a little bad in one or two places. Just one or two. My camera and Preacher's camera. Oh. No, that's not what I said to do. Do this. Yes, that's what I wanted you to do. There's one.
I was about to say, now you're Two-Face.
Yeah.
Just do what you did, Mark, but then copy it and flip it.
Yes.
Easy solution.
How is everybody out in the chat tonight? Thanks for watching. Oh, you know what? I gotta put up the goal bars. We got some goals now. There they are. All right. So, some quick announcements. We have some goals up there. Trying to reach 500 followers. We're at 356. When we reach 500, I'm going to give away a D&D book. So, if you would like to win, or be in the running to win a, whatever the newest book is out when we reach 500, whether that be Rime of the Frost Maiden or Tasha's, then yeah, get us some followers. If you go down to there's a little panel down below that has a share link that you can send out on social media. If people click that, you get credit for them coming in and watching. But that will help us to grow and get more followers. And when we get to 500, then I will randomly draw one of our followers to get a copy of a D&D book, whatever the newest one is. Send it right to your door. And then we have a sub goal. When we hit 50 subs, I'm going to give us a new emote. And after that, we'll probably give away some dice. So, yeah, keep helping us grow. If you, that's a quick reminder. No more dabs on camera. God damn it, John. Shut up. Everybody already saw that happen. It's old news. Old news.
No, we need the low dab. Oh, we need to floss now.
No. People want me to floss on TikTok for the next one. I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna do it. Let's see. What would I need to do something that vile? Like, I don't know, 1,000 subscribers? Not followers, 1,000 subscribers.
Live
Steven,
karaoke show.
Shut up, Steven.
Zoom karaoke is the most sad thing ever, so I'll pass.
I lost my train of thought now. Thanks.
You were going to floss.
No! No, that is not what was going to happen. Steven's going to teach me how to Dougie, apparently. Yeah. Oh my god. I'm already going to commit suicide for charity when we have the facepalm stream. Team Cringe. That's going on. November 7th, we will have another charity event for Extra Life. For Extra Life's Big Day, in which I will be running a one-shot for 6 bards. You know who you are.
Pinkies.
Limit each bard to only being able to make one seduction roll the entire game.
Oh, man. I don't know. I think one of the bards is going to be... they're planning on having a band. Literally, they are going to be a band. Team Cringe lives. They do. Yeah. So, followers, subs, those are our goals for that. If you are a Twitch Prime member, you get to give away a free sub to someone every month. We would be honored if that was us. Yeah, we would love it. So thank you for all the subscribers, patrons, and players who help support what we do here. It is because of you that we get to play D&D. almost every day of the week and keep Oregon alive, which is something we want to see. As another announcement, there won't be a stream to Dark and Hungry God will not be running tomorrow afternoon. We're gonna have the game off tomorrow. I have some personal things going on. Going to pick up a new car, which is not really a new car. It's an old car, but when one car dies, gotta get another one. So yeah, my day is taken up by adult errands. Unfortunately, yes, a new old car.
Can't adult anymore that day.
So no game this Tuesday, and then the following week, Artifact Recovery Corporation will be moving to Tuesday nights from now on. So you will have back-to-back D&D games on Tuesdays going forward, which means that I need to talk to our illustrious lore keeper of Oregon about when the streams are going to be for Nights After Dark. Things have to switch around because of my personal schedule. Unfortunately, I cannot run on Friday nights anymore. So, Arc is going to be Tuesday nights at 7. We will see you then.
But you should change the plug for keeping Orden alive and the players dead.
Oh, I don't want to keep killing players. I don't like killing players. I like to see players barely escape with their lives.
But you're so good at it.
Only on Saturdays. I'm best at it on Saturdays, apparently.
If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
TPKs. They're a thing of beauty when they happen. Mostly because it's like the Darwin Awards for players.
I saw a picture on R Gaming on Reddit was when you've been running a D&D campaign for a year and you realize you haven't killed a single player yet, and it shows a Mandalorian looking at the jetpack, the one other Mandalorian flying on a jetpack. And he's like, I got to get me one of those.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever run a game where I haven't had a player die.
This one, actually. Except for narrative purposes.
For narrative purposes, that's true. Whistler died because he left the game. But, yeah, that's true. Haven't had any... You guys have had such a rotating cast, it's been hard to kill anyone. That was not a Freudian slip.
A Freudian slip is when you say one thing and mean your mother.
We should probably play D&D. We've been rambling on for a few minutes here. Why don't you go ahead, Commander, and introduce yourself and your character?
I'm Stu. I played Gaz, the half-orc Oath of Redemption paladin who commands the Legion.
Dio, I'm captain of the Legion. Oh, Sparks. Okay, need to say, I haven't slept very well, so these things might happen. I'm sorry. Let's start again and pretend that didn't happen. Hi, I'm Sparks. Take 2. Hi, I'm Sparks. I need coffee.
Oh,
okay.
Dio.
I'm Dio. I play Sparks. I think we all know where this is going. I'm a captain. Sparks is a captain of the Legion. I play arcane trickster, rogue, and an artificer.
Yay! She made it.
Perfect.
Took a moment, but you got it. Adam?
It's to me. Hi, my name's Adam. I play Trix and might have to sub in for Silver tonight. The Warlock of the Legion and currently under arrest. Because someone sucks.
Somebody does suck.
Hello, I'm John. I play Captain Preacher, the Unity Cleric for the Phoenix Legion.
And I am the Mark Knight. I am your Dungeon Master tonight. When we last left the Legion, they had been reeling from the ploys and plots of House Weston. Most of them had returned to the Citadel in order to prepare to move on the Hall of Records in order to obtain some documents they believe to be there, or at least to prove or disprove the existence of documents that may show who the heir to the throne may be.
Well, no, Lukash already got those, I believe.
Lukash got all the other stuff that you had asked him to do.
Right, including that one. It was for Weston that we're going now.
Yes. The members of your away team have been headed back. Captain Trix is locked in the brig of the flagship of House Weston. Broker is meeting with his family, his parents, who are now safely within the walls of the Citadel. And
For a given value of safe.
And one of your soldiers has just run up from the lower halls to the commander and Sparks and informed you that the artifact you had discovered deep below was starting to thrum with pulsating power from within. Just after hearing that news, Broker steps into the area you've kind of cordoned off as a command office and comes forward and says, Squeaks just showed up. Apparently, House Benton has sent a force into this district, and they're moving towards the Citadel.
Alert. Put our forces on alert, Commander.
Yes, and I believe I should probably stay here while this turbulence goes on.
By the way,
I'm loath to leave Trix in the brig.
agreed. Captain Sparks, I have an idea.
Okay.
Instead of us getting money from Card in return for having him bring his goods to the lower levels of the Citadel, have him keep our money, and we get instead weapons and supplies.
But the commander didn't want that.
But Commander, I believe his worry was that those weapons and such would be used against the people. They won't. They'll be used for us. Because when we do get paid from the council and we do go for recruitment, what are we going to outfit the new recruits with?
Fair point.
I would rather have us build up that supply through Card than to give any more money and thus more leverage to House Benton.
I agree. I will have to speak with him because remember that his gifts aren't that big. And if I'm correctly, my mother won't be able to finish the project that she had in mind for him for a while. So the space that are occupied on his ship, he might prefer to pay us. So it will be. I will try to convince him, but I think it's a good idea.
Very well, but yeah, yeah. If we're going to be getting paid from the council, money is not the most important thing we need from Card. It's going to be supplies, goods that we can actually use,
Agreed.
so that we're not completely beholden to House Benton, in order to get them for us.
I agree. Preacher, I'm going to be quite busy trying to equip the Legion with all the things that we need magically
Mhm.
speaking, and trying to make the Dragonborn speak common. So I won't have time to dedicate as much as I did to the refugees. Can you find out if we can pay some of these people, if there's blacksmiths or people that can make our banners or stuff like that? I prefer to be self-sufficient.
Support, uh, try to gather a support crew from who we rescued. I can definitely,
Yes.
do that. But first, I imagine you want to check out the staff down below.
Yes. Do you have, because I'm not that as powerful as I would like to be, do you have um anything to dispel magic?
I do, but again, if the spell's more powerful than my current abilities, it's a gamble. But if this is what we're dealing with now, I suppose we don't have much choice in the matter. Shall we?
Not sure.
Brooker and I will stay above to rally the
Marshal the
defenses,
troops.
and he'll operate the command or information network as always.
Of course.
Okay.
Alright, so what do we see when we get down below, Mark?
Okay.
Well, don't need to open again the place because we seal it up.
You sealed it up.
Well,
Yeah. So
You guys head down there, and as you do, switch to Trix for a moment.
Yee.
Trix, it has only been an hour or so since your companions left you locked within the barracks. Have you moved the barnacles again?
No, they looked hungry.
So you just left them. You left them there, correct?
Eating gold.
incidentally, I think Gaz will also try and send a message that he'd like to have a private interview with Nestor Falco while all this is going on.
Okay,
Or give him an exclusive, essentially.
understood.
Probably set that for tomorrow, though.
Trix, an officer comes down to the barracks. Lord Weston wanted me to inform you that if the barnacles stay where they are at, or any further incidents unexplainably occur to or around his vessels, then the servants will continue to receive the retribution on your behalf.
That would be simply awful and possibly, turn his entire working class against him.
I was merely sent to inform you that this is the transaction that will take place.
And I am just informing you of the reality of his decision.
I see that you have removed your shackles.
Yes, I handed them to the guard.
Oh. Interesting. This will need to be remedied.
I think the door should stay closed.
He kind of looks you up and down, takes note of your pointed ears. Enjoy your stay. I feel it might be long before your trial commences. He turns and heads out of the room.
Do give your lord my regards. And watch out for the sharks.
As the sharks still continue to swim around the ship. All of you head down. The rest of you head down to the lowest level of the Citadel and crack open the hidden room. As soon as you do, you can kind of almost feel the pulse of power rather than see it, but you do see like the light flashing. As you head up in, the wards around the staff seem to be pulsating with a radiant light.
Sparks, can you detect magic? Be mindful, though.
Let me see what I have prepared. I don't have detect magic. I have identify.
It might be useful to cast on the staff, actually, now that I think about it.
Cast identify to the stuff.
Is it a touch spell?
Oh, give me 1 second because I think I.
There is.
Oh yeah. But I cannot use my mage hand either because of the rune. Should we? Yeah.
Are you going to try to touch the staff?
Can I quickly take out the book that we found and cast detect identify? What is it? The languages thing, comprehend languages, and and try to find what is going on around the stuff. If there's any notes about it.
Sure.
Okay.
There is. Most of the pages are filled with spells, and as you cast the spell to be able to read the writing inside, you can see the different spells that are in the book. Although the spells in the book are only as powerful as, say, like spells like Fly or Chain Lightning are maybe the most powerful spells in that book. Nothing beyond that. So in game terms, it only holds up to 3rd level spells.
There's nothing about the staff?
But
oh, sorry.
The back half of the book, Detect Magic, is not in the book. When you get to the back half of the book, there are some notes written. Some of them are a personal journal, personal thoughts about teaching magic and learning magic. Thoughts on asking that there's more than one source for learning such knowledge and things of that nature. Notes on just kind of thoughts about the arcane, about channeling the arcane, about learning about it, about rediscovering magic for the first time. But then in the very back, there's a passage to whoever finds this volume. If you have found this book, it is likely that I've moved on and have completed all of the tasks that I needed to complete. The book and the staff are connected. Should one be removed, the other will inform it. The staff is the key, but I need to know that if you are seeking it, if you are seeking the things in my sanctum, if you are looking for knowledge, that it is for a source of good, that it is for a purpose that is right. I've made too many mistakes. I've caused too much harm. And the things that this place will give access to, the things there are dangerous. Some are powerful. Most cannot be left in the hands of one who would use it for ill gain. Only one of pure heart can secure the staff from beyond my wards. If that is not you, beware. Merwin.
We need gas.
Pure. Like, I've not enhanced my heart in any way.
Well, according to this book, someone with a pure heart might be able to reach the staff.
Preacher just kind of contemplates at that. And sighs. Everything I do to protect those I love. And he reaches towards the staff.
Preacher, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do? This is out of character. Kind of for me to know Preacher's intents.
Mm-hmm.
If you had an artifact that could destroy whole swaths of civilization, what would you do with it?
Absolutely nothing.
If you had a way to force all the houses to bend their knee, what would you do?
Not use it.
If you...
It lied to the DM.
He wants their cooperation for the dragon. He doesn't want them... Submission is preferable to rebellion, but not forced submission. It'll just breed resentment and cause another rebellion just further down the line.
If you could rule the world, would you do it?
He is a servant of Morad. He has no such ambition.
As you reach through the wards, I'll ask one more question. If you had to define Preacher's alignment at this point in his life, what would it be?
Neutral good.
Okay. As you reach through the wards, you pass through unscathed and clutch the whitewood staff beyond. The surge of power that is the wards causes a fury of wind and almost like a beat of concussive force, like out of a like the kind you would when you hear a bass note deep enough and loud enough that you could feel it in your chest. And the light kind of envelops the room for just a moment and dissipates. And you are left holding this staff. Its gnarled wooden form light in your hands, with a diamond in the top, strapped in place with rope and vines.
I will hold it out. I will hold the staff out to Sparks.
We didn't die. You didn't die either. This is so good. Okay. Let's. I'll take the staff and be okay. So now what we do with it?
Identify it, just
Sure.
so we get the full range of its properties, and then hide it away for now.
Identify.
It is a non-magical arcane focus. It is a standard quarterstaff with a diamond strapped to the top.
What, no +3 staff in the Magi Mark? I'm disappointed.
Nope.
If you get a staff of the Magi, it makes you a Magi.
No. It's the cloak that makes you one, remember?
Oh. Just gotta kill a drow and take one.
This is climatic. It's just a stuff.
Huh.
I mean, it's nice. I can use the jewel on the top to cast a spell, but that's it.
The diamond at the top is worth enough that you can use it to cast Chromatic Orb if you know that spell.
Doesn't that consume
How
the
big
diamond
is it?
though?
No.
It's a 50. It's a 50 gold diamond.
All right.
It just means that it's kind of bad, doesn't it? If it's that big and 50 gold?
Well, it does say at
Sure.
least worth.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Okay, so do you want me, because of what's going on upstairs, do you want me to move that treasure that we have into the submersible with the stuff? Just to make sure? because if anyone gets in here, as long as we hold the key, maybe they won't be able to enter the room.
I'd rather have the staff itself safeguarded where we can see it than kept completely out of sight.
Do you want me to put it on the bag of holding?
There shouldn't be no magic on it that would cause any interference, so I don't see why not.
So I'll put the book and the stuff in the bag of holding.
Okay.
Now we should head to the archives now.
Okay. Who are we living here? To hold the fort? I mean, who's staying behind?
Well, incidentally, it found something on the steps. Look in the Foundry chat.
Oh. Okay. I reached down and opened up the bag. What's in there?
Wet black, like, liquid that looks like it's also made of rocks.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Hi, little crab. Are you coming from Tricks?
I can't talk to you.
I know. She doesn't know that. Okay. It's moving its sensors. Richard, do you think that's a yes? Do you speak crab?
I do not.
Those are nature domain clerics.
Okay.
They
I will.
speak crab.
I will take the bag and say, well, Trix told me that he was going to bring something or send a message, or I don't know what this is.
Just black rocks?
I will try to smell it. Does it smell anything besides seawater?
Tricks?
She would probably get, after looking at it for a bit because of alchemy, that it's not just a bunch of like very fine black sand in a bag that's currently wet.
That it's not just that?
Yeah, I mean,
Can I
sure there's
roll intelligence or arcana?
Black powder.
Black powder, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's black powder.
So, yeah. Perfect. Oh, this is going to be great.
It's gunpowder.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be great. I can analyze it later. Oh my gosh, my list of stuff that I need to do is just getting bigger and bigger.
You do. You have a growing list of artificer stuff to do.
Yes.
Artificer's work is never done.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad you took that level in it?
I will thank the crab and say thank you. Say hi for me to Trix. Bye. And just try to move it to the seat again.
The crab scuttles off.
As long as we didn't give it a knife. Alright, get back up. Get back upstairs.
You
the staff.
Yeah.
The staff will approach Commander.
Okay.
The staff has been taken care of.
It's under control then?
Yes.
It was a linked magic that sensed that the journal had left its presence, and so it was essentially calling it back.
So how do you resolve it?
Merwin left his intentions onto the wards on the staff. Only someone of pure heart could grasp it.
Well, why didn't you send for me? Out of character.
No, Sparks will say, I thought about you to send from you, but apparently Preacher is also good of heart, so that's good.
Just
Oh, how
because,
many times has he saved our bacon? And now I'm hungry.
just because I have the thoughts and plans of an evil nobleman doesn't mean I actually have the heart of one. Come on. Alright.
You guys are very goofy tonight, and I blame Steven in chat. I completely blame Steven. Yeah.
Saying that your whole life.
What is your what are your plans going forward? You know that House Benton's legion of troops has entered the this district of the city and are headed towards in the direction of the Citadel. Again, Lucash's forces are heading back across the city to get home to all of you. And now you have the staff in the bag. What is your plan? Are you heading to the archives immediately?
Gaz will be staying at the Citadel. Much as it galls him to not be actively helping Trix. With forces on the move, he feels like leaving here would not be a great call. But Broker's talents would be very well suited to getting into the archives. Preacher for his ability to split damage, and Sparks' intuitive mind would be very useful there. And Silver because they need someone to take frontline damage. And Agranak, actually.
Okay.
Do you want us, Commander, do you want us to head out there now, or do you want us to wait until we get the measure of what Benton is doing?
Do any of you have sending?
I do.
Okay, then I'd say head out now and check in when you get about halfway there then.
Okay. But alright, then we'll head out now, but just in case, Commander, Preacher lays a hand on your shoulder, and you feel the warm light of Orad wash over you.
Nice.
You cast Death Ward?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, okay, I think that would probably trigger before my racial passive then.
Let me see what it says. Yeah, I think so.
Especially because mine, I think, is more of an opt-in.
Yeah. That says the first time.
I think I could go off at the same time because it says that you would drop to 0 hit points. Oh no, it says if you would not.
It says if you would,
if
yeah.
you did.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could use one and then the other. Okay. How are you getting to the archives? Are you taking the circle? One of the teleportation circles, or are you walking?
Probably one of the teleportation
I'd
circles.
say spring for the teleportation is what I'm thinking.
Alright. Oh my gosh, Steven.
Can't swim.
Ridiculous. Okay, so Silver, Sparks, Preacher, Agronak, and Broker head out of the Citadel and to the nearest teleportation circle that will take you to that part of the city.
And as I said, I am hoping to just get a quick message to Mr. Falco offering him an exclusive.
Sure. You can have a runner look for him. Take that to him. You are almost positive he is not far.
Well, he goes where the news is. And this, I think, would be the most active area over here.
Yeah. You all teleport to where the Hall of Records is. I need to double check this map.
The reason we had to end last session rather abruptly.
You head to the Hall of Records and you come out in the at the teleportation circle in this district of the city, just beside where House Dolan has a solid holding, but still a part of the city that belongs to the crown, or did at one point. It is immediately noticeable that this section of the city is less well off than other places that you have visited. There are several municipal buildings in this area where the Hall of Records are. Most of them seem to be administration-style businesses of one type or another. The homes look like they should be quite nice, but the streets are not well cared for. The buildings, the administration buildings are well, they're in disrepair. And as you approach the Hall of Records, you notice that the front doors are unguarded. You enter in, and a woman sits behind a desk in the main hall of this building, the front foyer that you first come into.
Greetings.
Hello. Welcome to the Hall of Records. Can I help you?
Yes, we are hoping to go down into the archives.
And who do you represent?
The Phoenix Legion.
Did you not already have a contingency that just left earlier today?
We did, but we unexpectedly have something else that we need to retrieve here after that contingent left. So we found ourselves forced to come back here so quickly. My apologies if our presence disturbs you.
Not at all. It's just curious.
That may be.
I can allow you into the archives. Do you have your weapons on you?
We do.
Oh, she looks... I would warn you that you may want to keep those at the ready. Their archives are not for the faint of heart. There are creatures that lurk down below.
Undead. We were aware.
Follow me. She leads you back through a door and takes you through a bland and boring room filled with shelves that have scrolls upon scrolls on them that are all simply record keeping, parchments in folios that fill drawers and spaces. And then she leads you to a door at the very back that is locked. It is a locked wooden door with a metal gate in front of it. She unlocks the metal gate, and she unlocks the wooden door.
Right. So, as we go in, is there any sort of organization to what is down here? But specifically, we're looking for a document regarding an old noble of House Weston.
I will do my best to explain what exactly you're about to get yourself into. As you can see, we have limited space in this building. Therefore, the oldest records of the kingdom are often moved down into the archives. This building was not always a hall of records, but over time it became one.
What was it originally?
It was the... Well, it belonged to one of the noble houses, and was used for their own as a personal vault. And down below it, they had a personal tomb. However, as the house grew, or as the city grew, we found administrative uses for it when that house fell. The archives were never meant to be accessed or used for such purposes, but as the archives filled, records were moved down below, wherever they could be put, as different administrators were placed in charge of the hall, and by different houses, as this district changed hands over the course of the Great Game, over some 700 years or so. Different administrators decided on different ways of organizing the materials down there.
So, utter chaos.
And no current archivist is willing to go down there and sort out the mess. Oftentimes, there's a new administrator put in charge of the Hall of Records who has the idea that perhaps they can go down there and get rid of any vermin that may be there and find some way of organizing everything that is below.
And oftentimes, they never come back, I'm guessing.
Well, they come back. But let's say when you realize the grand scope of the job, most of them give it up very quickly and deal with just the day-to-day activities of the archives themselves.
Out of character, the bureaucracy is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy.
Yes.
Parks is going to be baffled at that, and she's going to say, so you're telling me that in 700 years, no one thought of making magical file cabinets that will work as a bag of holding just to store the documents there? To save on space?
Oh, there may be things like that down there. If you find them, Well, there are things like that down there. You will find those. Good luck searching through what's inside. I will try to explain this as best I can, as I've said. Let's say your house prioritizes military records. And, well, administrative roles is not really of a interest to you, and you gain control of this particular administrative building. What you would put down in the archives would be something different than what, say, someone who is interested in some other important historical document or record. And so, as our district has changed hands, and the interests of each individual administration changes hands, so does what is where.
I see. Thank you for your time. If there's nothing else, I believe we have a great task set in store for us.
It is. You will find that, at the very least, they are arranged so that the oldest documents... Well, the oldest documents are closest to the door.
Good to know. Thank you.
She nods. Essentially what's happened is that every time a different house has been put in charge of keeping the Hall of Records, they prioritize different things. And as the halls fill up, older documents are moved down into the catacombs. They push into the catacombs only as far as they need to go in order to store those documents, those new documents, and then come back up. Because this building is not run by priests or warriors. This building is run by bureaucrats and pencil pushers. And they want to deal with as little of the things that may make their way into catacombs that are left untouched as they really need to. And most of the time it's just left locked because it's literally a storage space for the least important things that they really don't care about. And when you leave catacombs untouched, things find their way down there.
And things that are down there find their way out.
As you...
Right. So before we go any further, it's me, Sparks, and Silver at the moment.
And Agranac and Broker.
Okay. I am going to... Let's see here.
Actually, what weapon is Silver using?
A rapier.
Do that.
Okay.
And I am also going to put this up on myself, on Silver, and on Sparks.
Okay.
So how many temporary hit points do we get?
10.
10.
And incidentally, I think Broker was going to be staying at the Citadel because he would be able to run the information that worked better there.
Yeah,
Understood.
and Also, if you need to speak to the Dragonborn, he can speak with them.
Okay, that works a lot better then.
All right, Stu, and you can handle Agranak for now, which I still need to make a level 5 half orc or full orc barbarian for Agranak, which
Path of the Zealot.
I will
Definitely
take
Path of the Zealot.
You head down into the archives after leveling your preparations, preacher, and who's taking the lead?
Probably Agranak. If they know that there's dangers down there.
All right. Agranak moves down first, and the stairs go down a couple of platforms until you reach, I'd say, about 3 flights of stairs. When you reach the bottom, there is a old, rusty metal door in a stone wall. What's that?
A quick question: are the catacombs illuminated by anything, or is completely pitch black?
The stairs leading down are dark.
Because Preacher and I will need light then.
Okay.
Perfect. Here we go.
Preacher, you cast light. That's work.
Yep.
That works. You get to this metal door, and Agranak pulls it open and steps into the catacombs. The catacombs are literally catacombs. When you first enter, there is an arched stone hall that is about 10 feet wide, and there are periodic sources of light, not fire, not torches, not lanterns, but just kind of orbs built into the walls in places. The initial hall that you enter into is just a brick archway, or a stone archway, that goes forward about 15 feet and then branches off into an intersection, a cross intersection. You can go straight or left or right. And as you look down each, you can see the alcoves in the walls where long ago bones were laid to rest. Some of them are still there, and piled in amongst them are very, very old, brittle scrolls. And you can see this in every direction. It looks like the catacombs below Paris, if you've ever seen those. But instead of just skull and bone, they're also filled with scrolls and parchment, stuffed into the spaces wherever they could find.
What was the name of this noble from House Weston?
I don't know that he gave you a name.
No, we did, because we had to figure out, okay, who was that again? So we did a history check.
Yes. It was his great grandfather or whatever of House Weston.
Wilberforce Weston, I think.
Yes.
Head of a house, accomplished commander, and prestigious something.
There you go.
So where do we expect to find this thing?
Start looking, be gentle, and keep an eye out.
I'm still learning your language. I'll keep watch.
Probably for the best. Thank you, Agranek.
Thank you.
Which direction would you like to head? North, west, or east? Left, right, or straight?
Sorry, old joke.
So it looks like west according to the die roll, if no one objects.
Sure.
Sure.
So which direction is that? Straight?
I guess it'd be straight, but you said northwest or east, so
Yes.
I figure okay.
Okay, so west.
Yep.
All right.
Go west, young lad.
You turn to your left and begin to head down that corridor.
Please.
If you are going to stealth, everybody roll stealth.
What a terrible roll. Ah!
I'm trying to think what Agronac's perception would be. I assume he'd be trained in it.
Probably.
And what would his wisdom be? Just flat 10 or?
I have disadvantage, so
Well. Yeah, that's probably not a bad perception for Agranek. Agranek taking the lead.
yeah, the drawback is scale armor.
Yep.
Disadvantage on stealth checks. Clank, 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 clank.
You begin moving down the corridor. And in the meantime, Gaz, Paige approaches your office, essentially. The Knight of the Page that you requested to have an interview with has arrived.
Send him in. Thank you, Paige.
Nestor Falco enters into Gaz's workspace. And he wears his very familiar by now long coat and hat. He sweeps off his hat as he enters and holds out a hand to you to shake.
Gaz would shake it. He
Thank
wouldn't
you.
rise from his seat. He'd kind of make a bit of a show of still looking over documents on the desk, but
Interesting. Okay.
and gesture, have a seat.
Thank you for having me, Commander. It's rare that I get an exclusive, especially from the Phoenix Legion. And he sits down, kind of sweeping his coat so that it settles comfortably.
I would imagine be a little rare for such an interview, given that we only just came back.
Very true, but each of our meetings seem to be short, and there are many others present. But the one-on-one interview with the commander, that is something that I appreciate. It seems that your Wrangler is not here to help guide you through our time together.
Somewhere, preacher sneezes.
Actually, I was thinking Sparks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your
Somebody speaking battle force.
are your captains off?
They're off on their assigned duties, correct?
And what would their assigned duties be now that you're in the city?
dealing with matters that need tending to, especially while the houses are on the move. That is not exactly a secret.
And the houses, they are in fact on the move. On the move.
Disappointingly so.
Ah, so the Legion, as you said in your meeting, the Legion hopes for peace among the houses.
Exactly. And unfortunately, our mere arrival in the city seems to have tipped things off balance. Which is regrettable, but what else could we do? Stay away from Grove Air? Even leaving now wouldn't have solved anything.
No, the spark has been lit, unfortunately.
So I'm sure you arrived with at least a few questions in mind.
I do, but you called me here. Is there something specific you wish for the paper to print?
In regards to Captain Trix and his incarceration, yes. I'm sure you've seen the notice.
I have. In fact,
As we kind of shift the paper to the center of the desk with that notice anyway.
He looks it over. So, Commander, what is it you want to do about this? What is it that the Legion... What is the Legion's response?
My response is that it is his actions were regrettable. And actually, I'm kind of scrolling back to look at it itself.
Sure.
Here we are. He did knowingly break the law, and in my presence at that. And for that, I accept responsibility for his actions.
As the commander of the Legion?
As the commander of the Legion, yes. It was a failure, and I did immediately tell him to stop as soon as I saw what he was doing, but
do you think
it shouldn't have been to the point that I would have to tell him after the fact.
Do you think House Weston is in its rights to do what it has done?
They are within their legal rights because it did occur aboard their ship. As to whether or not that is morally sound, given that the long and the short of it is that one of Weston's junior officers was attempting to goad me into a fight. I ignored the provocation, and in full disclosure, I attempted to provoke him to strike the first blow, and when he expressed no interest in doing so, I dismissed him. And Trix, for his part, decided to use his magical abilities to play something of a prank, in which he showcased to the junior officer the myriad ways that I would have trounced him in such a fight. That was the extent of the spell.
It seems that, well, do you feel that Lord Weston is abusing the extent of his powers in this situation?
Des just kind of sits back in his chair and quirks an eyebrow, like letting the silence speak volumes on that one. What would your estimation of that situation be?
As a humble knight of the page, I keep my own assertions to myself and report on what is true.
In which case, far be it from me to influence that truth with my own point of view.
Ah, but a part of the truth is the point of view of others as well. That is true. you're explaining to the people what the commander of the Legion believes to be right and good. That is sharing truth with them as well. Do you intend to do something about your imprisoned commander? Or your imprisoned captain? Or are you simply awaiting the trial?
Well, personally, I would be willing to subject myself to the will of the Council as a whole. If they decide the Phoenix Legion is in the wrong, I will accept any punishment that Trix himself would have received in his stead.
And are you aware that House Weston has moved a part of their fleet to unload Marines into the district housing the council chambers?
I was not, although I will say I'm not precisely surprised by this information.
Would the Phoenix Legion have a response to such an act?
That is regrettable that they're trying to treat such storied ground that should remain neutral, as it houses the council chambers as a whole. And they're trying to assert ownership of it. That particular, the council chambers should represent the city, as it always has.
I appreciate the quote. Commander, Is it true that Lord Dolan has licensed all of the spellcasters in the Legion to use for the use of spells throughout the city?
Out of character, was that established, or was he just kind of saying like he'd be willing to if we pledged allegiance to him? I'm trying to remember exactly how that.
No, he
No.
said he'd do it just so like basically trying to get us on the good side, trying to get him on our good side essentially.
Yeah,
He said he'd be
yeah.
willing to do it.
He licensed the Legion. He was doing that as a sign of good faith.
Yes, he did. Unfortunately, I believe that because this offense occurred on Lord Weston's vessel, that Lord Dolan's offer did not apply in that situation. Unless I'm missing my legal mark.
I believe that the Navy has jurisdiction over their ships. But
And as such, they can reject Lord Dolan's extended offer, I believe.
in your opinion, do you think that they did so to snub their nose at House Dolan?
That one I cannot say one way or the other. It was an aspect I hadn't even considered until you brought it up.
As the houses begin to make moves within the city to secure their own interests, I am aware that you have been meeting with some of the heads of the houses, that you intend to meet with each. Have any rejected your offers?
House Keaton has, because they are rather fixated on the existence of House Carmichael.
Are you aware that House Keaton's troops have begun moving for war?
I am, and they declared that rather openly.
Do they believe that you are allied with House Carmichael? Is that why they do not seek an audience with you?
I believe they want us to decidedly declare ourselves in tandem with them before they'd be willing to extend such a meeting. But because without such a meeting, I cannot in good conscience offer that.
And you're unwilling to declare that?
Correct, especially because, as I'm sure you're aware already, House Carmichael was one of the houses we met with, and I'm a paladin. And yet all of the undead within their district were sentient, and they were peaceful. That is what I value most, is the peace.
Do you believe that do you believe it's within your right to have Captain Trix's trial be moved to the city courts rather than at the hands of Lord Weston, considering that the Navy is currently, not out to sea, but present in the city docks?
That is an aspect I will have to look into, actually. Because I'll admit I am not a native of Grover, so I'm not entirely familiar with the laws of Grover. As I believe you reported when we first arrived at the docks, I did cast a spell to help calm a giant, and unfortunately I immediately was fined. Despite my intentions being beneficial to everyone involved. But intention does not matter in the rule of law. It can be a determining factor in what punishment is judged, but as for whether or not it breaks the law is immaterial.
Well, Commander, do you believe that Lord Weston's judgments are impartial in this matter?
Absolutely not.
Then do you believe that he intended for something of this nature to happen aboard his ship?
Given some of the actions that occurred there, including the junior officer's provocation, because, as I said, I know House Weston does not broker dissent willingly. I saw that firsthand, and I'm sure you can interview a few of the crew aboard if they have time, and find that information for yourself. Coming from me, it would be a biased source. But because of that aspect of his character, I doubt that his junior officer would have tried to provoke me without his tacit approval.
So you were set up, is what you are telling me.
I would not be able to prove as such, but I wouldn't be the least bit surprised.
So you believe that this trial is a farce?
No, because, as I said, Trix did violate the law.
But...
And as such, the judgment should be rendered, but the judgment being assessed by House Weston is disproportionate for the offense.
Purposefully?
I believe so, yes.
What is your opinion of Lord Weston?
I believe his opinion of me is almost as low as my opinion of him.
As a non-native of Grover, why such loyalty to the city and the crown?
Because the Legion saved my life. And I take the Legion's duties seriously, especially as its commander.
Do you believe that your loyalty to the tenets of the Legion and its purpose in serving the crown, that as an outsider who, as you said, was saved by this organization, that your service to the city is more altruistic because of your lack of ties?
I can only tell you what I believe is right. And I believe it's right to defend the city and its residents.
Does the Legion intend...
Go ahead.
Does the Legion intend to see peace in the city of Grovair?
Absolutely. But we absolutely will be attempting to broker such a peace, not dictate it.
And should the time come to choose who should guide this city into an era of peace, will the Legion have a say in that matter?
I believe that remains to be seen. If we're pushed out from the Citadel today, then we won't exactly have much of an ability to help foster that peace, I don't think.
Is there fear of that because of Lady Benton's troops in your part of the city?
There is concern, yes, although she has not stated any hostile intentions.
I believe that 1,000 troops moving in the direction of the Citadel seem to be something of a hostile intent. Do you not?
Well, I've been a battlefield commander. There are troop movements that can be absolute flukes, or feints. Or ways to goad a response without actually attempting to attack, as well as lure others into a trap. And sometimes simply one commander is a little hot-headed.
But you do confirm that the troops are concerned for you, and therefore you do not hold some kind of alliance with House Benton.
Currently, we don't hold alliances with any house.
Is that true? This is not me asking that in character. I'm asking you out of character.
Actually, yeah, I'm kind of thinking... I'm rethinking my statement at the moment.
Because if
we are not currently allied with House Benton, but neither are we hostile towards them.
I just wanted to make sure that was your response, because if you needed to make a deception check, I would.
Yeah, in character, I would probably amend that to instead we are neither allied with House Benton nor are we hostile towards them. We had a rather productive meeting with them, and actually one of my captains appreciated the level of honesty on display. And her candor is probably the better phrase.
Her candor, that's fair. Well, Commander.
I'm surprised you didn't inquire as to how the Legion saved my life, honestly.
Now that you ask, or now that you say such a thing, how did that happen?
Gaz would tell him most of the details regarding his foolhardy attempts to try to talk to an orc encampment near the mountain ranges after becoming a paladin officially, and his summary beating at their hands, gesturing to his broken tusk as proof, and that the Legion found him and saved his life.
It is interesting that a descendant of the longtime enemies of the Legion is now its commanding officer. Seems, at least to this Knight of the Page, to be an irony of war.
Well, you remember my bodyguard, I believe, correct?
The orc.
He was one of the war chiefs that we fought in the battle that saw the Legion pushed back. That saw the Legion in retreat, rather.
And yet, he is your bodyguard.
Correct. It took a very long while for him to come to that point, but I do take my oath of redemption seriously. If an enemy can be talked down, that's the first course of action, every time.
And so that is your hope here in the city, to do the same.
Though I would not describe the houses as enemies, no. Just for that clarity. Kind of give a knowing smile at that.
Thank you for your time, Commander. Is there anything else that you had wanted to inform me of?
Well, incidentally, when you met us at the docks, did you notice something amiss with the masthead of the buxom blonde?
I believe it was not to military code.
You may wish to ask some of the crew aboard the buxom blonde regarding that.
If
Though,
Lord Weston allowed me upon the buxom blonde.
I didn't say while aboard there. I meant to say while they were on shore leave, in the taverns, enjoying their hard-earned pay.
I shall see what I can find out.
And you may need to make sure that their lips are a bit loosened beforehand, especially with how harsh Lord Weston can be.
He nods, hearing that. I have a question, one more question for you, Commander. Knowing the situation between the antagonism that House Weston has seemed to show your post and your troops, were House Andros to move into a position to protect their interests and counter any signs of aggression by House Weston, would you see this favorably or unfavorably?
I think, well, admittedly, I'm not sure what to think of House Andros specifically because I have yet to meet with the head of your house. But I look forward to within the next week. Same with House Foster.
Well, I will make sure that a copy of the article and the paper are at your door first thing in the morrow. Have a good day, Commander.
And safe travels back to House Andros. Do you need an escort?
I should be fine. And he pats the hilt of his personal weapon.
Incidentally, during that, well, would he be holding his journal in a way that the notes would be on display or no?
No, probably not.
Fair enough.
He's
I wanted to just kind of see whether he maybe was writing in Goblinese again.
there is nothing about him that has ever made you think he is any less than competent at what he does.
Fair enough.
In fact, anybody who can infuriate Sparks to the amount that he does is probably pretty good at what they do. We're going to take a quick break. I am going to take my pup out and make sure she gets dinner for the night. And we'll see you all in a few minutes. We'll be right back.
I'm gonna grab something to eat and
Oh, I guess I should turn my camera back on. That would probably help.
Probably.
Oh, she got the placeholder with the GrooveBot.
Nah, that's
I
true.
think all you should need then is...
Hi, everybody. We're back.
Mark is groovy now.
Yeah, I'm always groovy.
Ash Williams.
Hey, guys. I just so you know, I did not put the dynamic lighting on this map, so just know that will be coming.
Okay.
Thank you all for your patience, taking care of my pup. We are back. When we last left off, the party was headed down into the archives. I just put the Trix and Gaz tokens there to represent Silver and Agronak for now.
It is a black screen for me.
Ah, of course it is.
Yep.
Of course it's a black screen, even though I fixed it. Aha, that's why. I fixed it, but I didn't save it. There you go.
There we go.
And let's fix that as well.
Jesus!
What?
Place is huge.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, he did say, like, the underground
I
of
thought
Paris.
size didn't matter there, John.
Yeah, it's not that huge.
Size doesn't matter when it comes to staves.
Don't
okay?
be looking all over the map, okay? Stay close. Stay close. You guys had decided to turn the corner
West.
Here, correct?
Yes.
I can use my arrows to move me around.
You can. You can. So go ahead and turn to the left. Yes, you guys have had time for a short rest, so you would have that back.
And Agronak, I believe, should have had a 13 on that perception check then. His modifier is one higher than mine.
Okay.
You know it tells us who rolled that, right?
Yeah, I know. Actually, there's a way for me to whisper it, but I didn't do it. But yeah, you don't notice anything.
Yep.
Don't metagame.
Agronak would just step in there.
All right. Well, there's a crack that's filled with water, right as you enter the room. That's what that large area is, and yeah.
How deep?
It's at least 10 feet down into the water.
Oh, okay. In which case, he'd probably dip a hand in and see okay, this is way deeper than an ankle deep.
Yeah, and as you do, you are attacked from hiding. Shockingly.
Thank you for being kind enough to have it be radiant damage.
I thought it made sense.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
You didn't pick any spells for Silver. Should I do that?
You can do that, yeah.
Okay. I just noticed that now that it's just his tiefling one.
Yeah.
And alright.
He's fairly new at casting spells. It's a new ability.
Yeah, he doesn't have much, I saw that, but yeah.
No. He spent most of his time as a rogue. That's recent. Okay. So as this undead thing climbs out from this rotting pool, I need each of you to make a let's see, wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy. Yep. And Gaz is not there.
hold on. I have to get back to the character.
Yay, tabs.
Yes.
No, I was in the character editing.
Oh, yeah.
I had to.
Really?
No.
No one rolled above a 10?
I did.
Well, rolled.
Well, yeah. I roll a 10.
Okay. Anybody? Everybody but wait, Sparks. You rolled a 10.
Well, she
Oh,
got
okay, well-
14.
Plus 14, yeah.
Okay. So everybody but Sparks is frightened of this creature that rises out.
This is new. Sparks is not a frightened one. This is new.
This is new. And I'm going to change this music up because I think this is far too peaceful for what's happening right now.
Yes.
Okay. The creature comes up out of the pool and terrifies everyone as it catches them off guard. This place is lit very dimly, other than Preacher's light, which is radiating into the room, helping to illuminate it. And I guess we'll roll initiative.
Okay, I have spells now.
Sweet.
Wow. Agranak rolled really well.
What? How does
I'm not sure what
how
the
does
one...
he have a 3.16?
I have no idea. Maybe that's for tiebreakers?
Yeah, it might have been for tiebreakers.
I just did the Beyond click.
3. Period. 16 overall score. Got it. I was like, Austin 316?
Okay. Okay, that's why then.
All right. Well, what is Akranak doing now that he is frightened of this creature? At the end of your turn, you'll be able to. At the end of his turn, he'll be able to make the save again.
Well, definitely doing raid.
I rage end.
That'll
What? I'm not seeing reckless attack in here. What level
It's
is
just.
barbarian?
You should get it right away.
Okay, I'm just not seeing it under the. Let's see. Okay, it's under features and under features and traits. So yeah, he'll do a reckless attack to negate the disadvantage, and use the. I was trying to figure out how to do the damage roll correctly here because. Yeah. It rolls twice for damage for some reason.
That's odd. Oh, it
said he's
rolls
his
one-handed and two-handed.
Yeah, because it's versatile.
Yep.
Wait,
I was trying to figure out how to
Dude.
do just one.
Stu, you said he's a zealot barb?
Yep.
First creature you hit on each of your turns,
Hit. Yeah. Radiant damage. That's a separate
yeah.
thing.
1d6 plus half your barbarian level.
Yep. So it's 1d6 plus 2 for him.
Yeah.
That's if he hits, though. Does
And
it hit?
did that one hit or no?
With the 13, no, you miss.
Well, he's got a second attack, so...
And remember, you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of your fear.
He's doing reckless attack.
Ah, yes.
So
Okay,
it
the
negates.
second one does in fact hit.
And for a good amount, and let's see. Very nice.
So
that's 15 damage.
Two-handed, you're doing it? Two-handed, right?
What?
Two-handed?
Yep.
Alright, so 15 damage to the creature.
And he'll step over here so that others can get... Actually, he'd kind of look back and try and take cues from them as to whether he should stay put or step to the side.
Step to the side.
Well, actually, he'd go here then, keep his back to the wall.
Okay. And then make your wisdom save at the end of your turn.
Oh boy.
You are no longer frightened.
Yay!
Oh, nice.
Yay!
Preacher?
I am going to do what I haven't been able to do all campaign long. Turn on dead.
Actually, first chance, yeah.
Okay.
Just a second. Okay, DC for the wisdom check is 15.
15?
Yeah.
You're scared of us. Everyone's scared of everyone.
Funny enough, that means Agronak, it'll just be a flat attack.
Okay.
Wow.
Anything die if it's under a certain CR?
Are you that high level?
No, I think that only happens when you get...
9th? 8th?
Yeah.
8th level?
Let me jump. Yeah.
Something like that.
No, you have it at 5th. If they're CR half, they're dead. 8th level, it goes up to 1.
The shadows in the corner of the room that had yet to show themselves have been destroyed.
Nice.
Nice.
I didn't realize it started that soon. That's awesome.
The drowned assassin is frightened of you. So it is going to get that, and it's going to move into the corner. Actually, it's
because it moves.
Yeah.
And that's with advantage, actually, so just a second.
It has to dash. So
Got hit for 11.
Okay. It has 30 feet of movement, so it's going to dash. Away.
Well, thing is that doing that breaks the turning because he took damage.
Well, he was still dashing.
But it would still dash.
Well, actually, it could have gone the 30 feet.
Oh, yeah. It could have gone the 30 and then moved back, right? So...
Yeah.
So it would have gone... Let's see. Let me put it back where it was. It was there. It's going to move the 30. Because that's... And then it's going to move... There. Because it's no longer turned. And then is Sparks. It's your action.
Wait. Can I roll to unsave?
Yeah, you can roll to end the save. Yep.
Wow.
Wow.
You are still frightened.
Don't you have inspiration?
I do, but I'm not going to waste it on this.
Fair enough.
You are still frightened of it, Preacher.
Okay.
Sparks, what are you doing?
I will try. He cannot move that much. If I try to hit him with a bolt, because there's so many people in front of me, does he has cover?
Yes.
Okay, never mind then.
You can do that. It'll just increase his armor class. He's going to have a +5 to his AC because you're shooting through 2 other people through a 5-foot corridor.
Let's try Toll of the Dead instead.
Actually, I think you would have. I don't think you'd have 3/4 cover. I think you'd have half cover because you could probably like lean over Silver
And tell
to
them
shoot
to
your
lean the other
crossbow.
way.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'd say half. But if you want to Toll the Dead, it will make its wisdom save.
Okay. Oh, well, you know what? Yeah, I'll try the crossbow. So
Go
it's
for it.
with this disadvantage, right?
Your attack? Are you?
No,
Yeah.
you're
No,
safe.
you're not frightened. It is normal.
Okay.
Normal attack.
Wait a second. My thing is being silly. There we are.
Nice.
Yeah, that hits. With
What's
sneak
she
attack
spell?
damage.
And I will try to hide.
Okay, where are you moving to hide?
Can I? Where can I move? Yeah, probably there.
Or there, actually.
Or back
probably
into
better.
the space you
Yeah.
you came from. Alright, go ahead and
So
roll your stealth check. Sure.
Nice.
And then roll to see... Oh, wait, you're not frightened. Alright, Silver, what are you doing?
Silver's gonna toll the dead.
Okay. And what is this circle that's here?
I did that, but because I wanted to measure something, but I don't know how to take it off.
Oh, okay, I got it. You just have to be on that menu in order to delete it.
Okay.
Okay. Toll the Dead?
Guessing by that negative that showed up, I rolled an 8 and a 1.
Yep. And it fails.
Failed save.
So it will take the damage. Necrotic damage. The sound of the toll rings through its head, and it seems to be disturbed by it. And what is Agronak doing? And go ahead and make your saving throw, Silver.
I was gonna say Silver's gonna pull his sparks then.
And move and hide.
Yeah.
And
Just
Silver, you are still
regular.
frightened.
Okay.
Actually, he's going to do reckless attacks. So,
Go ahead.
is there a way to toggle advantage in D&D Beyond?
There should be, yeah. In your D&D Beyond, in your in the like little menu for it, there should be a way to toggle it.
And I'll just roll twice, or 4 times rather.
Okay,
So take the first damage from each one.
I will. Okay, so a 25 and a 25. What is your bonus to hit? 7. Okay, so the two 25s hit. So it's going to be 8.
Oh, nice.
So the Divine Fury goes to the first one, right?
Yep, so 16 on the first one.
Okay. It is still alive after the first hit, but it certainly won't be after the second. And it goes down in a heap on the ground. Falls back into the water. It falls back into this watery hole, splashes the water about. The source of your fear gone. And you look around, and this room is much the same as the hallway, although there is a bit of a collapsed area here of the ground, and some of the catacombs themselves are collapsed in on themselves. But still, the walls are lined with the shelving of the dead, essentially, and covered in scrolls and parchments.
Right, well, that's one room clear. Let's see what we're looking for is in here, I say.
Alright. I'll need an investigation check.
from all of us?
Anybody who's looking.
He'll head up there and just keep a lookout.
Sure.
Ooh! Finally, I get a high roll. Yikes.
Preacher and or not Preacher. Preacher and Sparks. As you look about, you're parsing through the scrolls, and most of them are brittle. As you are carefully moving them about, and as you look through, you find you spend. How long do you spend looking? That's another question. Like, are you just perusing, or are you going through each scroll and parchment that you find?
Well, I look enough to say, is this regarding House Weston? If the answer is no, move on.
Okay.
Or records from that era, maybe.
Yeah.
All right. These records look too old to be what you're looking for.
Alright, so... Oh, they did say, like, the oldest is closest to the door, so we need to move in further. Great.
How many generations back was it, by the way?
Let's see. I'd say 4. All right. Well, move in the direction that you plan to move through these catacombs.
I'd say, yeah, let's move up.
So
Check
there's a closed wooden door right there, Agranak.
We're looking in there, or we had not?
Let's check there.
She's going steadily.
Alright, Agranak will open and just stand where he is.
Okay.
Unless Silver wants to get up beyond them first.
What to hear?
Yeah. Now we'll open the door. I'm assuming none of these are going to be trapped.
You open the door, and inside you find that not only does this room have the catacombs the spaces in the walls, but there are a couple of stone coffins in this room that have kind of been smashed or opened over time. The room is filled with a bit of a rotting smell, and you can see mold all over the center of the floor. All in that rotten looking space there.
Smells like the tomb.
I'll look over at Agranek. Some, yes. Some hold the remains of their family in high regard that they choose not to burn them.
Actually, he was referring more to the fact that the tombs have been looted.
Respect for the dead is not a universal constant among humans, Agranek.
So do we need to look in there, or...?
Unfortunately...
No, I don't think so. If they said that the oldest records are closest to the door, then I think we should move on a little bit further. Besides, okay, with the molds, even if we find something, it's probably not going to be useful.
Agranek would shut the door then. Does it open inwards or outward?
It opens inward. Okay.
Alright, moving on up.
Moving on.
Alright, as you move into this space, you hear a voice humming to itself.
Wow.
It is kind of humming and singing in Old Common.
And of course, Dagranak is still learning Common.
Mm-hmm.
Is he able to make anything out specifically?
Yeah. You see an incorporeal form kind of appear, carrying a book, flipping through pages, scrolls kind of tucked into a side bag, and it's just moving between these rooms, looking about at all of these different texts that are about. Rimbot, thank you for the follow.
I'll say that. I'll look at Agranek. Hold. Don't attack unless it attacks us.
I'm reasonably sure my axe couldn't do much to it anyway.
There seem to be shelves that have been erected in these two rooms to your right, in addition to the scrolls stuffed in places.
And what about over here?
Up there, much the same as you've seen throughout.
Alright, well, let's give this room at least a check before we go try bothering a ghost.
Agranak will stand at the base of the stairs.
Okay.
Right.
You begin searching through those records, and the items in this room seem to be, as you're flipping through papers, you do see some things with House Weston's seal, but as you're flipping through pages, they are maybe 500 years old. Far too old for what you're looking for.
Best not to intrude on her space. Did you mean to have her blip out?
Uh-huh.
I'm scared.
What?
Oh. The form reappears beside you, Preacher, as you move towards the stairs.
Greetings.
Shh.
Does it respond or does it just look at me?
It slowly stops humming and turns her head to look at you. Or through you, maybe. You're a hater of our kind.
I hate those. I bear ill will to those that would harm the living. Are you one of them?
I do not remember.
There's some hope.
She fades out and fades in behind you. You can feel the chill up your spine as she does. Why
I
are
turn
you
around.
here, priest?
I seek a document detailing the exploits of one, and now give the name. What was it? Nicholas Weston or something like that.
That name, Weston.
I probably have a very long line of haters.
She
Romantically awful.
Her face becomes thoughtful as she says the name Weston. And the lines of her face begin to deepen. And dark shadows appear beneath her eyes. Weston. And her entire form becomes this angry mass of ethereal anger. I need everybody to make a wisdom saving throw. Everyone within 60 feet. Preacher, as she transforms into this horrifying visage of hatred, anger, fear. You are the only one who seems to withstand the fear that washes through the room. Those of you who... the rest of you who failed are fine. Are frightened, but otherwise fine. She moves... She rapidly descends upon you, Preacher. And, yeah. I guess roll initiative again. House Weston is definitely a great name to invoke around female ghosts, I'm just gonna say.
Oh yeah, I didn't even consider the female thing.
Well, once again, it looks like Agronak is going to go first again.
He'll approach, and he kind of knows that his axe won't do any good here.
You can't willingly move closer to her if you're frightened.
Oh yeah, fair enough. He'll stay put and actually kind of... Well, he is a zealot barbarian, so he's kind of like spiritually attuned, so to speak.
Okay.
So I think he would actually kind of maybe drop to his knees and plead with her to be calm.
Roll persuasion.
Yeah, make a persuasion roll.
Yeah, not going to be one of his... try to placate her, essentially. Like, we're not here to do you harm, and we aren't exactly fans of Weston either. Wow.
That's pretty good, but she seems to barely be listening to what you're saying.
Or maybe trying more of the, we bear you no ill will.
Sure. She seems to be in a wrath that is difficult to penetrate with words. And actually, the target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, so go ahead. Still frightened.
Nope.
Tricks? Or not Trix, Silver.
Attacking this thing?
Well, you are currently frightened of it, but she just seems to have gone into a wrath. Like, the room has dropped in temperature about 10 degrees, and there's an unnatural wind whipping around.
Of course, the one time I don't have calm emotions.
And Gaz, and funny enough, Gaz has it as a permanent spell.
Silver disappears.
Going
That's
invisible?
for Mark's reference, but yeah, Silver turns invisible and just disappears.
Okay. Sounds good. Preacher, you're the only one who seems to be standing against her horrifying appearance. What are you doing?
You said at the end of your turn make a wisdom check?
You do. Yep, wisdom save. Yep. You are still frightened.
Makes sense.
I'll try to do what Agrenac couldn't. Just say we are not allies of House Weston. We do
Thank
not.
us.
We do not. We are enemies of House Weston. We have just as much reason to hate them as I'm sure you do.
You do have the
And inspiration.
Okay.
very nice.
Her... Oh.
Of course, speaking is a bonus action.
I think the persuasion roll is an active action, though.
Did you guys see that roll?
No.
Not publicly,
Nope.
no.
There we go. I figured that out. She swirls around you. Not really moving around you, but kind of like swirls in front of you. And every time you say the name Weston, she seems to become more enraged. I rolled to see what her response would be. What are you doing, Preacher?
I will. Bonus action. Not much I can do without my bond active. If I use my action for the persuasion roll, that's basically my turn.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Okay. Sparks?
Okay, I will try to persuade her too. We hate him too. He's a horrible person, but he has one of our friends captive. We need your help to release him. Please, can you help us? I'll do persuasion.
Nice.
And maybe because I'm a woman, she could relate.
And didn't push the Weston button.
I didn't say Weston. I didn't say Weston.
Anything with your bonus action?
Try to hide.
Dash.
Yeah, I'll
Well, you can also probably hide right there, actually. squish yourself against the wall.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, roll stealth.
So. Eh.
She says, "Yes, enemies of him. Help." And she flies in your direction, Sparks. Make a charisma save.
Should I roll wisdom save first?
From your turn to see if you're not frightened anymore? Yes.
Yeah.
You are not afraid because you saw recognition in her eyes as you spoke. And she is persuaded that yes, you can help her she can help you to get back at Weston. And she flies in your direction, and I need a charisma save.
Oh dear. She's not good at these ones.
Here's the thing, it might be to our advantage here.
I do have inspiration.
If you would like to use your inspiration, you may.
Yeah.
Wow. But, well, funny enough, Sparks, I think this is going to be to our advantage here.
As her ethereal form enters into your body, you become a prisoner within your own mind. She takes control of your limbs, your person, and although you can see and are aware of what is going on, she is now piloting your person.
Talk to her. Like, can she and I have a conversation while she's doing this? Or she does.
You are considered to be.
Back.
You are considered to be incapacitated. You lose control of your body. The ghost now controls the body, but doesn't deprive the target of awareness. So.
Well.
Yeah. So I guess you can think things.
Like, can I have a conversation with her the way
yes.
Archie had a conversation with Susan? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Now that she has possessed your form, she looks down at you and at your "What are you?" she says out loud in Spark's voice and her own at the same time.
Oh,
What is this?
Please don't say anything. Please don't say anything. I'm sorry that you had to possess me to be able to help us. I just don't say anything.
Priest is like, Preacher's is like, huh?
She starts to
feel
her face and run her fingers up to feel the top of her head and knocks the hat of disguise off. And standing before you, Preacher, a blue dragonborn appears where Sparks was standing.
Someone make a grave, because he's dead. He's dead on his feet. Just bung.
Okay.
Agrenak would probably be flummoxed as, "Are you one of Thundermaw's children?"
What am I?
You not to do that. That was very rude. You have no idea what you have cost me.
What are you? I've never seen anything like this before. Your whole body is shaking with her inside of you.
Dragonborn.
Agrenak, a blue dragon creature, stands before you.
That's why he asked whether, like, in character, he asked, like, "Are you one of Thundermaw's children?"
The not Sparks kind of tilts her head sideways and says, "Who?" in both the ghost's voice and Spark's voice at the same time.
My goddess. He kind of falters at calling her his goddess. He has been learning about Cerebrate, after all.
She...
The dragon I used to serve.
The ghost Sparks looks down at the hat that has fallen off of her head.
But she fought against Thundermaw. Oh yeah, are we able to do like will saves to try breaking the fear?
At the end of your action, yeah, at the end of your turn.
Well, we haven't had turns for a while, so that's why I was asking.
Yeah. Well, this has just been happening very quickly. Yeah, you can do that. The ghost Sparks reaches down and picks up the hat, and puts it back on its head. I did not know you were wearing this.
Silver staying hidden. Sorry.
Well,
technically, the
heard...
source of your fear is not within sight.
True. Okay. And besides which, like you would have heard Agronak mention like resemblance to Thundermaw. So Silver would have pieced that together, and
Yeah,
Silver
knows that Sparks is a Dragonborn.
Preacher finally, like for someone who's used to, who's mentally trying to be prepared for anything, did not see this one coming at all. So he's like, okay then.
The ghost comes out of Sparks.
I will put my hat on and I will dash and hide.
Where to?
Sparks?
And anywhere but...
Well, I was about to say, hopefully not in the one we closed off. That'd be an interesting little bit.
Here.
The ghost wraps her arms around herself and seems to have calmed.
Well, I suppose that's one way to give the ghost a shock to her system.
She sees Sparks run off, and in a ghostly, hollow cry, you hear, "Wait!" What are you looking for?
I'll actually walk up to the ghosts and be like, you could not have known. Do not feel sorry.
I have violated another. You should destroy me. That is what you do. You said so yourself.
Is it truly what you wish for? Or
yes.
Silver's eyeing the priest, the ghost, and he just says, Preacher, can I squeeze behind you at this moment? I should go check on Sparks.
You mentioned you were willing to help us.
help, and you can atone for this. For this, you can atone first.
Saying atone's good.
Yeah, just help us, and you still wish to be released from this existence, I will grant it to you.
How?
The document for the noble that we seek. Do you know where it is located?
She is thinking. You can get to the part of the catacombs it may be in one of two ways. Go north one room and turn to the east. Or go back south in the way you came and go to the east. You will find a room with 3 pillars, one of which is fallen. Records of that era are in that place. But be careful. A creature lurks there.
Like you, or different?
Not like me. Alive.
Get
With its
creature-
children.
creature just... Oh.
Could you help us against this creature?
I will not.
Her records are too important to her. I understand.
This place. If you come down here, there have been some recently.
Our subordinates. Our comrades.
Yes, I see now. You share their colors. They did not come this way, but I saw them from afar. Be careful.
We will take care. Thank you very much.
Apologize. I must. To the one who I wronged.
I will bring her back.
I shall wait.
So we're find him.
Yeah, my stealth was 16, probably yes.
Yeah, so Silver comes looking for you and knows the type of areas that Sparks would instinctively hide in. And just kind of looks in that direction. Adam, I don't know, do you want to play Silver in this moment, or would you prefer for me to take over?
You go ahead. I don't really know the entire backstory, so I think it's better if you take it.
Okay.
Take it.
Sparks. Sparks, I'm not going to give it away, but I know where you are. And he kind of leans against the wall with one shoulder. And purposely doesn't look in your direction.
We'll step out of the shadows.
He kind of gets a grin over his tiefling face and looks over. I heard what happened. Or I could hear what was going on. You okay?
People saw me, so no.
He looks around at who's there. Preacher, maybe you haven't come up yet because you were having the conversation with the ghost,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's why I'm purposely not saying anything.
He looks back over his shoulder. You really think you have to worry about them?
Don't know.
He comes over to where you're standing. Well, I guess we'll just have to kill him then.
Cannot do that. We cannot do that. I'll just have to live with the consequences. It's just I'm kind of scared of them. So
Are you scared of Preacher?
he's from Korea. He's not a bad person, but I don't know. I don't know what he stands with the Dragonborn, so I don't know.
Do you think it matters where he stands with the Dragonborn as much as it matters where he stands with you?
Silver, sometimes when people have saw me, they forget who I am and just see what I am. So I don't know. It's sometimes it's like that. Sometimes everything goes fine. So I don't know.
Trix just kind of like fingers one of his horns as you say this, and is like, "Who do you think you're talking to, Sparks?"
I know. I know.
I know you're scared. I've known you. Well, it's been a while now. But of all the people that your hat could have been knocked off of in front of, I have the feeling that Preacher is the least of your worries, and I'm pretty sure Agranak probably would have fallen to his knees and started worshipping.
Well, the title's scary, but
Oh no, they know who I am. Oh no, they're worshipping me.
I suppose you're
That was
right.
to see if Silver could piece together that Trix probably already knows if he can detect magic.
I guess you're right. I just it wasn't my decision, so it's
At this point, Preacher's walked up, but he's not saying anything. He's just waiting.
Okay. If in fact, if Silver would have seen you starting to walk over, he would have kind of put a hand up for you to hold off a sec.
And that's exactly what Preacher would do.
Yeah. Look, you have every right to be scared. I know how hard it is for you to be out in front of people. And he puts a hand on your shoulder. You can't hide right now. We have to find whatever it is we're looking for.
yeah, you're right. I'm sorry for causing the problems.
Silver shakes his head. You didn't do that. Look, just... You can be scared. But let's be scared once we're all done, okay?
Okay. Because the hat is on, I human sparks again, so I will just shyly walk towards the others, just hugging the wall.
Sure. As you start to do that, Preacher is approaching, and Silver says really loud, "Man, Sparks, I don't even know if I could cast a spell that quickly while possessed. Being able to change your appearance like that in a matter of seconds, even while a ghost was doing that, that's more magic than I've ever seen. Saying it loud enough for Preacher to hear. And Agronak.
And
roll deception?
detect bullshit.
Wow.
What is this through the deception, perception, or insight? Insight.
I think it's pretty clear he's lying. It's like, play along, stupid.
Agronak doesn't know whether that's true or not.
Oh, that was... Okay, yeah, silver.
Yeah. Sparks could tell as Preacher coming down he did not buy a single word that Sparks just that Silver just uttered, but he just goes, Captain Sparks, if you're willing, if you're willing, she wants to apologize.
Okay, let's go and speak to her.
And that then turn and walk back up the hallway.
You guys approach the ghostly figure, and as soon as you are within sight, Sparks, she kind of zooms up and floats in front of you, looking down.
Again?
Hi.
Do you have a name?
I don't remember. I've been here so long.
Well, why are you here?
These were once the burial chambers of my family, I think. I think I was laid to rest here, but I did not rest. Now I have only these scrolls. I did to you that which is similar to what was done to me.
You
Say it again. You cut out.
a ghost possessed you?
Not exactly.
A violation.
Yes.
By the people we all hate? One of the members of the people we all hate?
I think I may have been betrothed to one.
Honey, I'm so sorry.
No. I should be the one to apologize. And I deserve destruction. Your priest should destroy me. Unless you wish to do so. If you are able.
even if I was able, I don't think I want you. You've been alone here for a long time, and we reminded you of something terrible. Of course, you lash out.
Preacher, couldn't you give her what she wants by consecrating her body if we found it?
I could, but it would have to wait. It would have to wait for another day. I would have to pray for the proper spell.
Huh.
Do you? If this hadn't happened, do you want to rest, or do you prefer working here? Because I'm pretty sure that the people upstairs could use someone that can help them catalog this nightmare of archives.
It is your it is your decision whether you wish for destruction or to stay on and aid the living. It is your choice to make.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps to help would be more. Perhaps I do not deserve the afterlife yet.
It is for you to decide.
I shall remain to repay my violation of your person.
Apology accepted, but I would rather you stay because you want to.
I never stayed because I wanted to. Why should that change now?
Oh. If that is the case, if you don't want to remain, I thought that you remain because you find the purpose and you like doing bureaucratic work.
That's not really how ghosts work, Sparks.
Well,
They
I
hang
never
around
met.
because of regret, and they can't pass on.
At least my first time meeting a ghost, so I didn't know. If that is the case, if you prefer to go and pass on, then we can help you out. But it's just what you really want to do. Maybe you started because of regret and now you like it. I don't know.
You are too forgiving. I saw what I did. I know what you felt.
Yeah, but that you were upset and
Your kindness is generous.
I think you're kind too, even if you don't remember it.
Maybe she knows of damaging information towards that vile house then.
Do you know anything that can help us against them? I don't know, like information on how they are not really nobles or like.
I have been here so long. My memories are distant. It is hard to remember much. I do not even recall my own name, only why I remained.
Gotta take care of the one creature, so. Maybe we could think of something in the meantime.
Once we found what we've been searching for, we'll return.
I will try to remember.
Thank you for your aid.
She
And
nods.
I'll look over everyone else. Let's give her some time.
Are you going north and then east, or south and then east?
We need to get to here.
What's that?
North. Three
Yeah,
pillars.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking north would be the best bet.
Okay.
But would we know that in character?
Just so you all know, next week, this will all be set up with dynamic lighting, and you'll have to do what you're going to have to pretend to not remember.
No metagaming.
Alright. Okay, yeah, sure.
Well, I'd probably go north because this way we're not backtracking. How far north? Oh, you're asking Ghost. 1 room, 2, 5.
If you wish to stick to the corridors, 1. But the corridors are crowded in some places. But the further in you go to the catacombs, the fewer human beings have been there in a long time. I do not know what lies behind doors.
Okay, so she's saying stick to the hallway, don't go into rooms.
At least to the best of her knowledge, yes.
She's essentially saying no matter which way you go, you'll probably run into something dangerous.
What's the most direct way there from here?
Go north until you reach a room with 4 pillars. They are spread out. There is a dais. The progenitor of our family lies there. Turn east before fully entering the room. Do not approach the casket. Continue to go east. You will find what you seek.
Thank you. Alright. Let's start moving.
And do you want to do your Unity thing while we're moving?
Yeah, to Agranak.
Sounds like a good bet. Anything in this room then?
There's not. Just a dripping and the pool of water in that broken ground.
Alright, I'll open this door.
Silver's gonna lean over to Preacher. Leaving her down here is an absolutely terrible idea. We both know that, right?
Yes. But best to keep it.
I'd like to get rid of her the good way, but she'll only be helpful till she forgets again.
Precisely. I'm hoping she might remember something in the interim that we could use against House Weston. Regardless, when we come back, I plan to ask her if she remembers where her body was laid to rest.
Finding out who she is seems like it could potentially be damning to House Weston. If she holds such enmity and she was betrothed to one.
Also a possibility.
Agranak, you approach the door. You approach the door ahead of you, and it is a large metal door built into the stone.
You kind of look back and, are you two done whispering?
I'll just incline my head towards the door. Go ahead.
All right, I'll open it up then.
You open the door with an athletics check because it is jammed.
You rush in, dead.
Which would have been hilarious.
Slamming open the door with a mighty shove. Give me a dexterity save.
Yeah, not surprising. Oh, wow. That one was surprising.
You stop yourself from pushing into the gelatinous cube on the other side.
That's not good.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Meanwhile, at the halls of justice.
Almost literally.
Where do I want to be? No, not there. There, that's the one. Gaz, it has been, well, I think between the conversation with the ghost, the exploration of the rooms that you were looking through, and the actual arrival at the archives itself, the away team has probably been gone for roughly 3 hours at this point. It is getting to be late afternoon. Lukash has returned with the original articles of information that you had asked for. The one piece of information that was required by the Heraldric Society has been secured. The meetings, the minutes of the meeting from 10 years ago is provided. The minutes from the meeting for the last year was easy enough because those were kept within the main building of the Hall of Records, not down below. But he tells you that there was no information that he could find. Well, I'm just going to remind you that the tip from Benton on there being an heir was from the tip from Benton on the heir was that there were specific court documents at the courthouse that could prove that there was an heir. That was not at the Hall of Records. That was at the courthouse itself.
Okay.
And yeah, you were gonna. I think that. I don't think you sent them over to the courthouse to look for that. I'm pretty sure you just kept them at the archives the whole time. So he has brought you that. The minutes of the meeting from 10 years ago confirms everything that Lady Carmichael and Lord Dolan told you happened at that meeting.
Including, well, I'm assuming it has like specific dialogue too. Were there any of the house leadership that seemed a little less than enthusiastic about the decision?
No.
So all of them seemed enthusiastic, or...
All of them seemed in agreement with one another.
Agreement does not denote enthusiasm, though.
All of them seemed on the same page by the dialogue.
Okay.
And then reports started coming in. Reports from Brokers Network. Reports akin to the following information. House Keaton attempted to assault House Carmichael, but House Carmichael repelled the assault. Additionally, Houses Foster and Dolan counterstruck against House Keaton and now occupy both the hospital and the cathedral.
Isn't the cathedral their seat of power?
It is one of their main seats of power, yes.
Oof.
They are holding the occupation currently, but they have not claimed any right to those districts as of yet.
So it could be more of a ploy to get them to back off of Carmichael.
Potentially. But for now, they hold position. They are occupied.
And how useful were our forces in coordinating with Carmichael's?
Our forces have remained mostly in Carmichael's own territories. But Carmichael was able to determine with the use of her eyes, as well as some help from the Legion, that House Keaton intended to move against the aqueduct in order to flank her position.
That being here?
Number 5. 19.
Okay.
Spot 19, the fifth dot there. That House Keaton was attempting to flank her position and separate her from any possible aid from any of the other houses. But because of the information she could gather, she was able to outmaneuver House Keaton and repel any movement into that district by their forces.
And how did the Mint fare?
The Mint remains unclaimed.
And no damage from House Keaton towards the undead inhabitants?
House Keaton's forces never made it into those districts.
That's a relief.
In the meantime, Lord Foster seems to have moved forces forward into the Colosseum. I suspect that it is to prepare for further movement against House Keaton.
So 42?
At 22. They have consolidated... Okay. They have moved... so in terms of movement of troops... They got a new
power base.
Yes. In terms of troop movements, House Foster has moved one of their units of troops... moved one of their battalions into the hospital, and have moved another of their battalions forward into Space 22 in order to assumedly replace the battalion that moved from 21 into the hospital. Lord Weston has moved his troops into the area containing the council chambers, and has garrisoned his forces there for the time being.
so he has not yet taken the council chambers themselves.
Not yet, but his forces remain stationed in that entire district. Another of his forces have moved to the foundry. Andros has countered by moving forces into the forge. I believe they are planning on standing off against each other.
And what of House Dolan? Looking at the map, I'm assuming the courthouse might have been an objective of theirs.
House Dolan has sent troops to occupy the cathedral and the district surrounding it, but the rest of their forces remain in their own territories.
Prudent.
Lady Benton has taken the post in the public works with her troops and has sent her troops from the district south of here to move into this district. I believe she had intended to take the citadel, but seeing that we still occupied its walls, our men delivered this note instead. Do you want to read what it says?
Of course.
I'll let you do that.
I need to scroll back up to it. It's under Monday RP.
Yes, I believe so.
To the Phoenix Legion, by the power invested in me by the council membership position, I will see to it that your captain, Captain Trix, is released from custody immediately. And that House Weston is punished for such an atrocious act. By the gods, the Phoenix Legion are supposed to be the protectors of the city, not the enemy. You have been wronged and will be righted. You may become knights in my name, so you may help me retaliate against this. Very magnanimous of her. And see that House Dolan has attacked House Keaton. War is starting in the city, and we are going to need each other. In regard to my men moving into the Citadel, I was under the impression that Phoenix Legion was going to the courthouse. I meant no ill intent or war.
At the same time, we've received... later that evening, while her troops are still in the district, you do receive the sending from Lady Carmichael, informing you that if Benton's intent is to attack the Citadel, that she will send reinforcements to aid you.
Okay, so now I can actually have a response for her.
Correct.
Appreciate the offer. Benton claims it was in error, so that's 9. And she also extended the knightship, I believe, right?
I think so. You can just type it so that I can copy and paste it
Okay.
to Lady Carmichael herself.
I'll probably do that when you get back to the combat then.
No problem. I think we are going to be ending shortly, as far as that's concerned.
Okay.
There's more than that gelatinous cube in that room, but that's the first thing that you see, because it's right in front of the door.
Oh, lovely.
Yay!
I will tell you that that the rest of the officers are probably going to be there for a little while to get to what they're looking for and find it. The next morning, Gaz, your interview, the attacks are all listed in the morning paper. Your interview seems to be presented well, but with
finally no quote mining.
There is a clear bent in the direction of claiming that House Weston is
overstepping their bounds.
Yes, that the commander of the Legion believes that Lord Weston is seems to believe that Lord Weston is overstepping his bounds and using his quote-unquote rights as a ship's captain to his advantage. It is probably played in a way that puts everybody in some kind of a poor light, right? Both you and
Outside
Weston.
of Andros, anyway.
Yeah, outside of Andros. And there was another
Andros
piece of
would
information I wanted to
never
make
do
sure that you got. Oh, yes. I will play that out next time, actually, because Silver is down with all of you.
Oh, that's right. He has a connection to someone in a different game.
He does. His brother is Mirth in the Tuesday game. Let me just make sure that I'm not missing anything that I needed to tell you. Yes, there is something else. Mm-hmm. 600 different diplomacy players. Where's Weston? He's around here somewhere. You are brought with the paper a hand-written flyer that seems to be spreading, or that you are told is being spread. And I will send you what it looks like so you can read it. Let's see.
Are you posting this in general or RP or where?
I'll post it in RP. Yeah. I'll give it to you. Okay. That part. That's fine. I'll post it in. There. This handwritten flyer is being circulated by criers throughout certain parts of the city about the Phoenix Legion and Trix, spreading rumors and lies. I'll let you read that at your discretion, and you can share what you find out with the rest of your captains when they return.
I have a feeling that Sparks has a new least favorite reporter.
As you you start receiving news of of how your hopes for peace have been dashed, Commander Gaz. Things are becoming readily apparent that it's going to be far more dangerous in Grovair in the morning. The rest of you, unknowingly, continue to search for any sign of whether or not Lord Weston's elderly relative or ancient relative has ties to the throne. You face off against a creature that seems to have squirmed its way through these ancient halls. And we will see how all of that pans out next week. For now, let's do our favorite moments. It's just a time where we like to share the things that we enjoyed about each person's role-playing. There's not been a lot of it tonight. There's been some combat, or now there's not been a lot for everybody, but there's been some combat. There have been some good moments, I think. So we can go through these pretty well, pretty quick. But yeah, those of you who are in the chat, if you have some favorite moments you'd like to share, we just ask that you share one for each, and not just one of the characters. Stu, favorite role-playing moment for you tonight, either Gaz or Agronak?
Definitely the interview with Mr. Falco.
Yeah, it's a pretty great part. A lot of fun. Anyone else?
I like how you play Agronak, and are you one of Thundermore's children?
That was good. I was like, I particularly like. So this is how you treat your dead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I liked the interview a lot. I think that Gaz seems to be getting better at the game, but also still very clearly dislikes it.
Agreed. Dio, your favorite Sparks moment today?
Conversation with Silver, because she didn't like being shown off the way she was. It was not good for her. But it was also like for her, it was a terrible moment. For me as a player, was like, oh, this is going to be interesting to play.
Were you okay with that? Like, as a DM, I want to make sure that you as a player were okay with that moment.
It's okay because it makes sense that something like that happened, and also it's interesting. I think it's interesting that it was with Preacher and with Agronak, because before in that day she saw that Preacher is a good person.
Yeah.
So in her mind is like, okay, I know that he's a good person because he was able to take he dared to take the staff even though I didn't. But at the same time, he's from Grobert, so I don't know.
Yeah. Other Sparks moments from everyone?
I did fully love that whole. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! They saw me.
Also, the quick thinking with the comprehend languages.
Yeah. That was good.
I had a spell ready since we found the journal because I thought, well, she's super busy. At one point, she will be able to take a breather and just cast and try to check the book. But I didn't thought it was going to be that soon.
Yeah, I think my favorite Sparks moment was probably the I don't know, even some of just the interactions with the ghost prior to the freak out, I think I liked the ghost encounter overall because everyone was really trying not to have combat with her.
Yeah.
But I liked that ghost encounter, and I liked the disappointment at the staff being mostly a key and not necessarily useful.
You tease. You big old tease.
She's like, it's just a staff.
Well, you use it for the key, and we'll see what happens. Adam, any what were your favorite role playing moments for you, either as at any point in tonight?
Particularly enjoyed that their threat didn't mean anything to Trix.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
He was like, "Oh, great! So you're just going to alienate your people."
I love the fact that you pointed out the flaw in the logic to them, too. because that acted as a valid threat, or deterrent to their attempt to do so, while also making it clear that you weren't going to back down either way.
I think it's really funny that they expected Trix to respond in the same way that Gaz did to the whole situation.
Which isn't an unfair assessment.
Nope.
This is the support of the commander. He must hold the same ideals and be just as upright and good, right?
And Trix is like, do whatever the fuck you have to do. It's just going to screw you over more in the end.
I don't know if it came through when he was like, oh, well, your shackles we have to do something about your shackles being closed, and we'll have to remedy that. And I'm like, no, you can keep the door closed. Like, I was like, I don't plan on leaving.
John, your favorite Preacher moment tonight?
One, negotiating with the ghost, and B, just being utterly indifferent to the big reveal for Sparks after she finally calmed down.
At first you were surprised.
Yeah. But then just like I just had him be like utterly indifferent to it, because just like, I'm not going to make a big deal of it, because that's the last thing she wants.
Oh, going back a second, Adam, I appreciated you, like, having Silver kind of move towards Sparks after her freakout, because even though you didn't know, like, specifically necessarily how to portray the character, like, you knew enough that that's probably what he would have done, I think. What's that?
Sparks mentioned something about Silver in the chat, so I kind of took that as an indicator.
Well, it was good. That was good. It was perfect, especially like asking somebody to get out of the way so that she could get to Sparks. It's like, I'm not moving
go
through
the
ghost. Yeah, exactly.
The ghost still terrified him.
I also really liked the role of, like, the religion role to know about, like, information about ghosts, and that little aside with Preacher about, like, we can't just leave her down here, right? I thought that was, like, both of those things were very, very on point.
Yeah.
One of the things that I liked was that you play Silver like pulling a Sparks and getting into the shadows after immediately after, because in the story, Silver in theory learned from Sparks because it was under her command. So having him go into the shadows immediately is like, yeah, that's thematically correct.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And I was like, from the moment that the ghost came on scene, Preacher was like, yeah, Church Cleric of Orad, I don't like undead because they break the cycle of life and death.
Mm-hmm.
This one, he fully intended at some point to lay this one to rest, but it's like, this one isn't attacking. This one might be useful first.
Yeah, it seemed like a direct kind of conflict between the Priest of Orad and the person who understands the game of Grover.
Yeah.
Like the
inner
priest
conflict.
would be like, this undead must be put down. But the person who understands the game is like, but wait till they're no longer useful.
Exactly.
Well, I'll have to say, I'm kind of surprised that Yagranak was the first one to actually mention that openly.
Yeah.
But yeah, the entire interaction with the Banshee definitely was the highlight for Preacher.
Yes.
He's learning too.
Yep. I still think that every time you guys are about to go into danger, Preacher just turns on all the buffs, and he is very prepared. It's like we're not going down there until everybody is covered in as much radiant energy as possible. Let's gear up.
I have about a 10-minute story I need to tell all of you first.
And
He channels Patton before every encounter.
And I also liked the conversation, like, were you the one who, when you first walked into the Hall of Records, were you the one to approach the front desk?
Yes.
Yeah. And then, so she kind of, like, told you what to expect down there, and you just kind of took it. Like, there was conversation in the chat about, like, how ridiculous this was, that it was like this, but Preacher just kind of, I feel like you just kind of accepted what she was telling you.
Like, this all happened because of
The game.
The crux of the story was just like, we're in this complete and utter shit because there hasn't been a single unified leadership of this place for how many centuries, and this is where it's at now. And Preacher's just like, yep, that's life in Grover.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Actually, we're kind of overlooking the big one where Preacher reached in for the staff.
Yeah.
Because he took a huge gamble.
Yeah.
It's true. That was really great. That was a great moment for Preacher. I think
especially the one-liner beforehand. Everything I do to protect those I care about.
Yep. And I think that Dio said it earlier, is that it was a defining moment, I think, for Preacher, because it's like, okay, Preacher's the one who's always cautioning Gaz as to how to play the game and what to be wary of, and yet, even though he understands the game, even though he's willing to play the game, he is still kind of above it as far as morally. He's not...
Kind of the inverse of Gaz, who resents the game and doesn't really want to play it, but will if he has to.
Yeah. But...
sliding scale of liking the game, and I feel like Gaz and Trix are toward the end of it, or even understanding the need for it.
Why is
Broker and...
Yeah. Go ahead.
Broker and Preacher are more toward the understanding why it's there.
Well,
because...
They're the ones from Grover, right? So...
Yeah.
The thing is, though, now that the war is opened up, you'll see Preacher kind of shift a little bit, because it's like the game is to prevent this shit from happening in the first place. Now we're here.
The game
now it can be more open.
The game will still be played. It's just a lot more deadly right now.
Yes, exactly.
I'll also say this, like, I think the dichotomy in that regard is interesting as well, because Preacher and Broker are both from Grover, and Gaz and Trix are both from the Halrian Desert, and they don't understand why there's a need from this, and the two people who are from the city are completely like, this is just how it is. this is what it is. Like, you're gonna have to play it.
It's like this is how it's always been. This is like, it's not that we don't recognize that there is another way. It's just like,
you can't change the system, man.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys.
We're born in.
You
really adopted the game. I was born in it.
Oh my
molded
God.
by it.
Any DM moments for tonight that stood out?
Absolutely, Banshee.
Cool.
Yeah.
Especially the possession of Sparks. I don't think any of us saw, like, we kind of saw the possession coming, because I figured, okay, maybe she'll possess Sparks and lead us to where we need to get. And then she looked down and realized, wait a minute. Because, that took me off guard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that one. I just want to say in general, I think that all of the stuff that you're just doing with this whole diplomacy thing and keeping everything sorted, I feel like that's an unsung DM moment, like every week.
Yeah, you've got about a dozen plates spinning.
Plus all your other games you got going on, dude.
Yeah.
Does it feel organic? Is it working for the for the story?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially because you've got all, and actually also kudos to the diplomacy players, because they're playing all of their characters very well when we meet them.
Yes.
Like, House Keaton is very much diplomacy-wise. House Keaton would be better off game-wise doing something else, but they're playing the character and going straight after Carmichael.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I assume they've wanted to do for years.
This is just an excuse, right?
Yeah.
Casus Belli.
But yeah, I will upload a new map with where all of the units in the city are now located.
And we now get a second unit, I believe.
Not yet.
Or has it not settled?
Has not settled. So it takes... This is the first round, or this is the first turn of the first round, okay? There will be a second turn of the first round, and when that is resolved, any units that remain in the locations that they are in, if it is not one of the locations they originated from, it then transfers over control to the new unit. So now, right now, those military... Right now, there's a unit from House Foster in the hospital. If they can hold that through the next turn, then that district will be under Foster's control.
As with the Citadel.
When Preacher gets back, he's probably going to say, I'd say once we get Trix back, we send a good hard message to House Weston that we're not putting up with their antics and attack the fucking council chamber.
That's what I was thinking.
We lost cameras for a second. That is on purpose. I will have those back up momentarily. What's your question?
I was going to say, Trix will be like, but I was planning on just slowly destroying him, but now we have to do it quickly? That's no fun.
So Sparks is going to miss her meeting with Cart, right?
Oh yeah.
As of right now, I believe there's no way around that.
Okay, because if that is the case, she could have written a letter, especially after having the conversation with Richard about changing the terms of the contract instead of money having items, and probably leave her familiar outside the archives and tell him, if I don't return before the sun sets, deliver this to Cart.
That's true.
Okay. Just in case, because it's not only the meeting that she personally wanted to have, it's also business. So she needs to make sure at least the business goes through.
Oh, that did not work. Oh, it will in a sec. Hold on. I'm going to... That didn't change.
Yeah, the Foundry chat is still messed up.
No, it didn't change the map.
Nothing on the map changed.
Yeah, I changed it here.
There's a giant map all of a sudden.
What's that?
I said there's a giant map
that's stretched out.
What map's stretched out?
It's not stretched out for me, but I can see a different map, but I can't tell if it's...
Yeah, there's like two different maps I'm seeing.
Oh. Okay, now I see the Citadel. Okay.
Okay, now I moved back over to here.
Okay, you're on the regular map now.
Yeah, but it didn't change the image for me.
No, I don't think it did.
Okay, hold on. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to move over to the Citadel.
I believe in you.
And while all this is going on, I also appreciated the interview with Nestor Falco.
Yes.
Especially the very leading questions in some cases.
He's going to ask them every damn time.
Oh, yeah. And Gaz has come to
I thought it
it
was kind of funny because I was like, you could tell he was like, just, what are you trying to tell me? Just felt like really... There was just that little bit in the background that he's like, could you just say what you're trying to say? And you're like, no.
Oh, yeah. As Preacher said, Gaz is getting slowly better at playing the game. Resents the hell out of it, but he'll do it.
Slowly but surely, yep.
Plus, like I said, I did have considerations about, okay, coming from me, it wouldn't have as much weight as coming from Weston's own crew.
Absolutely. But why interview one when you can interview? Why interview two when you can interview one?
Let's see if this works. There we
You're not
go.
on any token with vision in this scene.
Yep. But it's fixed, so I'll just configure that so that you guys can see the new map. And there you are.
Oh Lord.
It's very large.
Huge.
It is huge, but
Oh, we lost our marks of who would be liaison to which house.
yeah, I don't know that you need that
Although
right now.
Yeah, we did. That's kind of outdated anyway. Like, we aren't going to have any representative to House Weston, I don't think.
That's true. But you can see now where the actual military units are.
Mm-hmm.
And what type they are.
So with the 1,000 she sent to the Citadel, like, would that be one military unit that she's now going to withdraw because, wait a second.
They're here now.
Okay.
Okay? That's where they are now.
Literally an attack of opportunity.
Yep. They expected you to go to the Citadel, so she moved her forces north. Or expected you to go to the courthouse, but you didn't. She moved her forces north. And you remained at the Citadel, so they withdrew.
Yeah, we aren't giving up the Citadel in favor of the Hall of Records.
I get the impression that that wasn't an act when we met her to try and throw us off. I just believe she's very practical. So she was like, I want to win this. I could use that Citadel. Are they leaving? I'll take it.
So
and then she was like, oh, they're not leaving. So that's fine. Like, I don't get it as like she was trying to be deceptive. I take it more along the lines of like practicality.
Yeah.
As far as things are concerned, if all of these pieces remain in the same spots on the board, then for the next turn, then the spaces that have those certain controls will change hands. At which time, this spot will gain the Legion's colors, and this spot will gain the Legion's colors, and then these two spots will become controlled by Benton, securing her position further and giving her more resources. Same thing around the rest of the board.
So what does the F represent here?
Which one? Where?
There's certain military units marked with A and then F.
Oh, A is...
There's only one F that I'm seeing.
There's one here.
Oh, two Fs.
And there's one here.
Well.
Those are fleets.
Oh, okay.
So they are ships, and ships have the ability to ferry troops from one location to another aboard
without
the ship.
having to use the bridges.
Correct.
So is it Army and Fleet? Are those the
those
two
are the
designations?
yes, those are the two designations.
Makes sense.
Okay.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for playing. I'll leave Foundry up if you guys want to check out the map for a little while. But
I'm good.
I'm gonna call my wife, and I'll talk to all of you later. Have a good night.
All right, later.
Thanks for playing, and we'll see you next week.
Thanks for
Have a good
running,
night, guys.
Hey, thanks for playing. Thanks for watching, everybody out there.
Yep. Bye.
I'm going to go ahead and find us a raid. So if you're going to stick around in the chat, we'll send you over to somebody else.